Sehr geehrte Damen.
Ladies and gentlemen, shareholders, in my capacity as Deputy Chairman of the Supervisory Board, I assume the chair of today's 144th Annual General Meeting of Wienerberger AG, which I herewith open. The Chairman of the Supervisory Board, Mr. Kadrnoska, currently, for reasons of a medical treatment, is not able to be present, but presumably he's going to join us in the course of today's AGM. I welcome the shareholders of our company and their representatives, the members of the Supervisory Board, the Chairman of the Managing Board, Heimo Scheuch, and the member of the Managing Board, Willy van Riet. I welcome Mr. Kerschbaumer as representative of the external auditor, KPMG, as a guest, as well as representatives of the media. Mr. Keindl, Notary Public, based in Vienna, is going to certify the decisions taken at today's AGM, and he will monitor the voting procedure. I should like to point out that an audio recording will be made of today's AGM, which exclusively serves for the drafting of the minutes by the Notary Public. The AGM will be conducted in German, and as in recent years, there will be a live webcast. A shareholder asking for the floor or putting a question can request interruption of the webcast while he or she is speaking in the interest of a smooth conduct of the AGM. I would ask you to switch off your mobile phones. The convocation to the 144th AGM has been published in due time in Official Journal number 75 of Wiener Zeitung on the 16th of April 2013. Moreover, on the same day, the convocation was disseminated electronically via Euro ad hoc throughout Europe. The agenda, which is part of the documents which you have received, was also notified. I therefore will not read out the agenda. No requests for additions to amendments of the agenda have been received. Attendance of today's AGM is being calculated and will be announced at the latest before the first round of voting. There are two terminals at the entry to this room where the list of participants can be viewed electronically. As regards the conduct of the AGM, I would like to announce that I will first present the proposed resolutions on all agenda items en bloc. I will then ask the managing report for their presentation. After all your questions have been answered on the individual agenda items, votes will be taken on the proposed resolutions on agenda items 2 to 6. In order to guarantee a smooth conduct of the question and answer period, I would ask the shareholders to complete one of the forms that have been distributed. You can obtain additional forms from the attendants in the room. I would ask you to indicate the item of the agenda which your question refers to, and also to indicate the substance of your question so that we can prepare answers to your questions. Please also indicate if you wish to put the question yourselves or if you would like me to read out your questions. Please put the form into one of the boxes that are being made available by the attendants in the room. Those shareholders who wish to put their questions themselves will be requested to come to the microphone at the rostrum. The other questions will be read out by myself. I would ask you to keep your questions brief, because we would like to conduct our meeting in a structured and expeditious way. Please limit yourselves to concrete questions and present your questions in a clear and well-structured manner so that we can give clear and well-structured answers. And I would also ask you to abstain from putting questions that have already been answered, as other questioners, other speakers also want to take the floor. I would ask you to keep your questions brief. If the question is too long, I reserve the right to intervene. Counting of votes will be according to the subtraction procedure. The no votes and the abstentions will be subtracted from the total number of votes cast, and the majority will thus be calculated. In my capacity as chairman, I reserve the right to modify the voting procedure if necessary. At the beginning of today's AGM, you received voting cards with showing the number under which you have been entered in the list of participants. Through entry of these numbers into the IT system, the nominal value of your shares will be taken into consideration. Each share grants the right to one vote. There will be continuous entrance and exit checks in order to make sure that the counting is correct when we proceed to the vote. I would therefore ask you to check out with your voting card whenever you leave the room. The counting service will then register you as absent. As you re-enter the room, you will have to check in again with your voting card, and then you will again be counted as present. While we are voting, nobody should leave the room. I would ask those shareholders who intend to cast a no vote or to abstain from voting to raise their voting cards. The numbers of the voting cards will then be read out aloud. Once your number has been read out, please lower your voting card. The voting procedure will be monitored by the notary public, and the result of the votes will be calculated by the IT service on the basis of the number of votes you are entitled to according to your shares. The buffet will be open at 12 o'clock noon. As you enter the buffet room, you will have to show your voting card or your guest card. You have received vouchers that entitle you to receive a starter, a main dish, and a dessert. I would now move on to the agenda of today's AGM. Item number 1 on the agenda. Before I would like to indicate the number of shareholders present. Deposit certificates of shareholdings for 58,991,577 shares have been received. But this is not the presents. Those are the shares that have been deposited. I move on to the first item on the agenda. a presentation of the approved annual financial statements for the business year 2012 and the management report, combined both the consolidated management report, the corporate governance report, the consolidated financial statements for 2012, and the report of the supervisory board on the business year 2012. I should like to point out that, as announced in the convocation to the AGM, the annual report 2012 was available for inspection by shareholders at the headquarters of the company and can also be downloaded from the website of the company. The annual report was also available free of charge, or is also available free of charge at the Austria Center, Vienna. The annual financial statements drawn up by the Managing Board for 2012 and the consolidated annual financial statements drawn up in accordance with IFRS were audited by KPMG auditors, and an unqualified audit opinion was issued thereon. The auditors, moreover, confirmed that the management report of Wienerberger AG and the consolidated management report are in accordance with the annual financial statements and the consolidated annual financial statement, and they also confirmed that the company has drawn up a corporate governance report according to the relevant provisions of the law. The Audit Committee of the Supervisory Board, on the basis of the written audit reports presented by the auditors, examined the annual financial statements and the consolidated financial statements for 2012, including the management report, and recommended its approval by the Supervisory Board. The Supervisory Board, on the 28th of March 2013, approved the annual financial statements of Wienerberger AG as of the 31st of December 2012, as well as the management report of Wienerberger AG, thus formally adopting the annual financial statements. The Supervisory Board also agreed to the consolidated financial statements and the consolidated management report. Moreover, I should like to report that the Supervisory Board, during the year under review, met for 6 meetings. The Audit Committee had 5 meetings and the Strategy Committee had 3 meetings. During those meetings, the reports by the Managing Board were intensively discussed, and the transactions subject to Supervisory Board approval were examined and approved. At the same time, the chairman of the Supervisory Board and his deputies were in continuous contact with CEO Heimo Scheuch to discuss issues of corporate strategy and priority matters to be discussed at Supervisory Board meetings. The members of the Supervisory Board, for their activities in 2012, received remuneration in the amount of 451,887 euros. This corresponds, with one exception, to the new remuneration scheme adopted at the 142nd Annual General Meeting in 2011. Mr. Kadrenoska, for health-related reasons, was absent at some Supervisory Board meetings. Therefore, he voluntarily waived his right to remuneration. His remuneration, therefore, is 25,000 euros less in 2012 than it was in 2011. I move on to item 2 on the agenda, resolution on the use of the net income as shown in the annual financial statements for 2012. The Managing Board and the annual financial statements of Wienerberger AG show a net income of 15,152,854 euros. The proposed resolution of the Managing Board and the Supervisory Board reads as follows. The Managing Board and the Supervisory Board propose that the annual general meeting approve a dividend payment of 0.12 euros per share on that is a total dividend of 14,103,211 euros on the issued capital of 117,526,764 euros, less a proportional amount of 295,696 euros for treasury shares. That is for total distribution an amount of 13,807,515 euros from retained earnings of 15,152,854. The remaining amount of 1,345,339 to be carried forward to the new account. The dividend is to be paid out as of the ex-dividend day, that is 21st May 2013. The details of payout will be published in Wiener Zeitung. Next item on the agenda, item 3, resolution on the exoneration of the members of the Managing Board for 2012. The proposed resolution reads as follows. The Managing Board and the Supervisory Board propose that the annual general meeting approve the exoneration of the persons who served on the Managing Board during the financial year 2012. Item 4 on the agenda, exoneration of the members of the Supervisory Board for the business year 2012. The Managing Board and the Supervisory Board have submitted a proposed resolution which reads as follows. The Managing Board and the Supervisory Board propose that the annual general meeting approve the exoneration of the persons who served on the Supervisory Board during the financial year 2012. I move on to item 5 on the agenda, elections to the Supervisory Board. We have a proposed resolution of the Supervisory Board which reads as follows. The Supervisory Board proposes that the annual general meeting approve a reduction in the number of Supervisory Board members of Wienerberger AG within the limits defined by the Articles of Association, which is within a range of 3 to 10 members, from the current level of 8 members by 2 persons to a total of 6 members. By way of explanation, I should like to add that the Supervisory Board previously had 8 members elected by the annual general meeting. Of these 8 members, 4 members, that is Mr. Kadrenoska, Mr. Dumoulin, Mr. Reidel, and Mr. Johnson, arrive at the end of their term of office at the end of today's 144th AGM. As already reported at the AGM last year, in the spring of 2012 an age limit was introduced, according to which Supervisory Board members, having completed their 70th year, resign from their mandates at the time of the next AGM. This criterion applies to Mr. Reidel this year, who resigns from his position as Supervisory Board member as of the end of today's 144th AGM. Re-election is not provided for. Mr. Dumoulin, for his part, voluntarily stated that he would like to resign from his Supervisory Board member after almost 17 years on the Supervisory Board. I would like to take the occasion to express our gratitude to both Mr. Dumoulin and to Mr. Reidel for their outstanding commitment and dedication on the Supervisory Board and the Strategy Committee. Both gentlemen, through their experience and expertise, have rendered a special service to the Wienerberger Group, and I'd like to thank them once again most cordially for that. I should like to wish Mr. Dumoulin and Mr. Reidel all the best on behalf of the Supervisory Board. I take it from your applause that you join my best wishes to the two gentlemen who have really done outstanding work as members of our Supervisory Board. Therefore, we have to elect two members in order to reach the number of 6 persons on the Supervisory Board. To fill these vacancies, the Personnel and Nomination Committee recommended to the Supervisory Board that the re-election of Mr. Kadronowska and Mr. Johnson be proposed to today's AGM. The Supervisory Board, at its meeting on the 28th of March 2013, endorsed the recommendations made by the Personnel and Nomination Committee. I should like to point out that the CVs of the candidates for the Supervisory Board to be elected today, as well as their statements regarding their impartiality, have been available for download on the website since the 16th of April, and they're also in your set of documents which you have received today. Therefore, I will not present the two candidates in further detail. The Supervisory Board therefore proposes that 2 of the 4 mandates now vacant be filled. The proposal is that Mr. Kadronowska and Mr. Johnson be re-elected for a new term of office according to the Articles of Association, that is until the end of the AGM that is going to decide on the annual financial statements of 2016. Mr. Kadronowska is not yet present. I would again refer you to your CV, which I'm sure most of you are aware of. Mr. Kadronowska has been on the Supervisory Board of Wienerberger AG since 2002. He has been chairman of the Supervisory Board. He is a qualified expert in the field of banking and finance. In the course of his professional career, he held numerous positions in the banking sector. As regards Mr. Johnson, I would like to ask him to address the audience briefly.
Hoped to continue to speak to you in German, but without my wife to coach me, it became clear that to do so would be embarrassing to me and, more importantly, discourteous to you. So please forgive me in speaking in my native English. I have been a member of the Wienerberger Aufsichtsrat since 2005 and have chaired the Strategy Committee since the beginning of this year. I worked in the building materials industry for 27 years, including 7 years responsible for the worldwide roofing and brick businesses of Redland, and 4 years as CEO of the Rugby Group, an international producer of cement and manufacturer and distributor of building products. For 6 years, I was CEO of George Wimpey, a large house builder in Great Britain and the United States. I know our company's products well. I have been chairman of the board of DS Smith,
Ich war Vorsitzender des Vorstands von DS Smith,
an international producer of paper and packaging,
einem internationalen Papier- und Verpackungsmaterialproduzenten.
and am currently chairman of the board of Electrocomponents,
Und ich bin zurzeit Vorstandsvorsitzender von Electrocomponents,
the world's leading global
dem international führenden Lieferanten
high-service distributor
und
of electronic and engineering products.
elektronischen Produkten und technischen Produkten.
I have sat on the boards of publicly quoted companies
Ich war im Vorstand von börsennotierten Unternehmen
for over 25 years,
und dies über 25 Jahre.
and I believe I bring international
Ich glaube, dass die
financial and business experience
finanzielle und geschäftliche Erfahrung mitbringen,
to the Wienerberger Aufsichtsrat.
dem Wienerberger Aufsichtsrat von Nutzen zu sein.
If I have the honor of being re-elected,
Wenn mir die Ehre zuteil wird, wiedergewählt zu werden,
I confirm that I have sufficient time to fulfill my duties
dass ich genügend Zeit habe, meine Aufgabe zu erfüllen,
and look forward to serving another term.
und ich freue mich auf eine weitere Amtszeit.
Dankeschön.
Besten Dank, Peter Johnson.
Thank you very much, Peter Johnson. Now, I'd like to continue with the next item on our agenda, item 6, election of the auditor for the annual financial statements and the consolidated financial statements for 2013. We have a proposed resolution of the Supervisory Board, which reads as follows. The Supervisory Board proposes that the annual general meeting elect KPMG, Wirtschaftsprüfungs- und Steuerberatungs AG Vienna, to audit the annual financial statements and consolidated financial statements for 2013. We have a letter from KPMG, according to the relevant provision of the Austrian Company Code, stating that there are no circumstances which would provide grounds for a concern of partiality, and KPMG has also a valid certificate confirming participation in an external quality assurance system. I should now like to hand over to the Managing Board, and I give the floor to CEO Heimo Scheuch.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, shareholders. On behalf of all employees of Wienerberger, I would like to extend a cordial welcome to the 144th Annual General Meeting. Last year was a very important year for Wienerberger, and I would like to explain the essential strategic steps. First of all, I would like to give you an overview of the financial year 2012 and the markets. My colleague Willy van Riet will then give you details on the figures of last year and the development of share prices. We will then have a report on corporate governance and the new remuneration system for the Managing Board and the Supervisory Board, and I will then present an outlook for 2013 and talk about the strategy of our company. 2012 was a decisive year for Wienerberger, ladies and gentlemen. 3 years ago, we stated that Wienerberger, which at that time was focused on brick manufacture, should be turned into a building product manufacturing company. That is to say, a company that not only focuses on new housing construction, rather we want to focus more also on renovation. And this we achieved through the acquisition, the takeover of Pipelife, one of the major pipe producers in Europe. With this, we have achieved new growth potential within the Wienerberger Group, which we consider to be essential for the coming years. This strategic step relating to pipeline shall be briefly prescribed. It's a leading manufacturer in 27 countries with 27 plants. The company has focused on Northern Europe, which is very interesting for us. It works in a stable economic environment. Norway, Sweden, very strong national economies. The Finnish and the Dutch business also contribute considerably to a well-balanced activity of Pipelife. 35% of the revenues are accounted for by the CEE countries, particularly Austria, where we have a very strong market position. In countries such as Turkey and Russia, we have built up a small base which will serve for growth in the coming years. And in the United States, we have one plant in Arkansas. Pipelife, when looking at the competitive situation in Europe, is number 3, behind the leader Wavin, which was taken over by a company called Mexican last year. We can see that in this sector too, there has been a certain measure of globalization, because water management and wastewater management has become one of our priorities. Number 2 is a Belgian company called Aljaxis, which focuses on high-quality products in the field of water management and works on a global scale. So Pipelife is a strong number 3 with strong focus on Europe. Pipelife, as such, has a very well-balanced product portfolio. It works in the field sewage and rainwater management, which account for 45% of its revenues. And it is the market leader in many areas. With 30%, we have a very good exposure to gas pipes, wastewater pipes, freshwater pipes, and there is an area where we want to expand, and that is buildings, hot and cold water, which accounts for 20% of pipeline. Another important area is our portfolio in the field industrial and specialties. Here we have special pipes, and we are the global market leader for the oil and gas industry. These products are produced in Europe and in the United States, but are used globally. And this is a growth-oriented sector. Let's take a look at the overall situation. You know, ladies and gentlemen, that 2012 was a year with a number of reports on crisis throughout Europe, a year characterized by austerity programs and budget cuts within the European Union. All this, of course, means a certain measure of uncertainty on the part of our users and customers, and this means reduced construction activities in Europe, a double-digit decrease or decline in volume terms, unfortunately, in the Bricks and Tiles Europe division. There is also positive news. There has been a successful turnaround of the brick business in North America. The market has recovered and a turnaround has been achieved. So the EBITDA has become positive again. Also, Pipelife generated revenues of 512 million and an EBITDA of 49 million euros. Today, I would also like to briefly report on Russia and India. 2 years ago, I stated that we would have a close look at these two markets, and we worked hard during the last 2 years in order to get a foothold in these dynamic countries. The free cash flow could be increased by 21%, and this is a very sound message. It's the free cash flow which could be raised to 164 million, and it shows that the company is a very solid and growth-oriented company. Group revenues increased by 23%. This successful diversification strategy, as well as our innovative activities and efforts in bricks and other products, have made it possible for us to gain market shares in many markets. The pipeline contribution, of course, meant that we could compensate for the volume decline in the brick business, with all the negative figures stemming from a decline in the construction sector. We now can report that we could increase our prices by 4% on the average. The reason is that we focused on innovations. Of course, we also had to work on the issue of costs. The economic decline in Europe, particularly in Western Europe, of course, was a very essential factor. France, after last June's elections, unfortunately showed a decline of residential construction because the new government has cancelled subsidies for energy-efficient buildings. This had an impact on our business, of course. With all these measures, we could achieve cost savings in the amount of 50 million in the Bricks and Tiles Europe division, and we want to implement this by the end of 2014. Let me give you a brief overview of the individual markets. North America, as I've indicated, shows a positive trend. Family homes, a growth rate of 12%. When we move on to Europe, unfortunately, we see there are negative figures, particularly in some of the relevant markets. France, minus 15%, but also Belgium and the Netherlands, a double-digit decline. And these are core markets for Wienerberger, as you know. Poland, the most important market in Central Eastern Europe for us, also showed a decline in residential construction by 12%. The German market showed a positive development, different from other countries. However, it was not strong enough to compensate for losses in other markets. An essential market for us in the renovation sector and the roof tile sector also proved to be problematic, minus 10% in the Netherlands, and France and Belgium, unfortunately, also showed a decrease. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to show how we handled this market environment in recent years. I'd like to take up two examples. The Netherlands, I've already mentioned the Netherlands with a very strong downward trend. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Well, in the Netherlands, there are two major factors. The Dutch construction sector was financed largely by regional or local banks. And during the crisis, they came under pressure. And there was a credit crunch. Secondly, ever since the Second World War, the Dutch took out loans in order to build their houses because these loans were tax deductible. As a result, the debt of private households was very high. 2 years ago, the then government discussed whether these tax benefits should be cancelled. This brought uncertainty into the market, and now things are sort of leveling off again. So we had a 43% decline, so we had to work on costs. We closed down 7 plants, we reduced our capacities, we had to reduce our headcount by 30%, unfortunately, but I must say that our employees showed great flexibility. And this was necessary because they work in different plants, a number of different plants, so we could also create job pools to increase flexibility. Next, Hungary. 2004 to 2006 were the boom years, and you can see the dramatic decline of the market, a minus of 75% in Hungary. As a result, we had to reposition ourselves completely. We had 12 sites in 2007 in Hungary. Today, we only have 3 production sites which cover the market. So we really had to reposition our company. We had to restructure costs, and we had to do this in order to keep our market shares. That is to say, in recent years, we were quite busy ensuring the market coverage in Hungary. Let me now talk about the figures for 2012. Sale of bricks in Europe, volumes were decreased by 11%, revenues went down by 6%, or a smaller decrease as a result of price increases, operating EBITDA minus 22%. Average prices, and this is an important point because it reflects the strength of our company, average prices were increased by 4% on the average. In the United States, the trend could be reversed. In 2005, housing starts amounted to more than 2,000 units, and then there was a decrease by 70%. So again, we had to work on costs, and we have only 50% of the capacity are used or utilized at the moment. However, we can see that there's a slight recovery, an increase from 600 to 800,000 units. We could also increase our revenues, and EBITDA is no longer negative. It rose from minus 8.2 to almost 10 million. So we are moving in the right direction, and I assume that we will see further growth rates in the United States this year. So this is a positive trend. Very briefly, the 2 non-European markets, Russia and India. In the meantime, we are well established on the Russian market. We have a brick production in Moscow and 2 production sites in Kazan. When it comes to pipes, Pipelife, we have 1 big plant close to Moscow. The challenges for our company could be coped with quite well in the last 3 years. We have introduced new products which did not exist on the Russian markets before. These products were well received. We could fully utilize existing capacities, and we achieved a continuous revenue and earnings growth through our activities in Russia. So the adventure Russia showed a positive development. We are a market leader in local markets, and we have a positive contribution from these markets. So we will look at opportunities for growth in the coming years. India, of course, completely different preconditions. You should know that in India there are no brick plants, brick manufacturing plants. We are the only one. We decided to build a plant that is environment friendly, and we succeeded in coping with the problems of energy supply, raw material supply, training of personnel. So we coped with these problems, and again we are moving in the right direction. And all our products are well received in the high-priced segment. We are quite popular, and we expect further growth in the coming years. So much for a short summary of developments in these two markets, where the situation, of course, is quite different from Europe. I would now like to hand over to Willy van Riet, and he will explain the figures in greater detail. Ladies and gentlemen, I too would like to welcome you cordially, and I will try to explain the most important developments in 2012 and the development of share prices. As Heimo pointed out, the milestone, of course, was the acquisition of the last 50% of Pipelife, and this had an impact on all of our figures. I have also listed some figures for the past, but here I would like to focus on the figures for 2012. The important thing was the full consolidation of Pipelife. Here you can see that we had an increase of 23% in terms of revenues. 50% come from the existing Wienerberger business, plus 28% from the consolidation of Pipelife. You will see also that operative EBITDA has increased by plus 2%, and this actually reflects the organic, or compensates for the cyclical business. Write-offs, impairments, again, the result is due to the consolidation of Pipeline. When you look at the EBITDA margin, we had a decrease from 12.6 to 10.4%. The current business, ongoing business, has remained quite stable. Pipelife has a lower margin than the old Wienerberger. Still, 10.4% EBITDA margin is a very good figure. Following depreciation and operating EBIT, as Heimo Scheuch pointed out, we introduced a restructuring program in the summer because we found that particularly in the brick business in West Europe, we did not have sufficient volumes. So we had to do something. And throughout the year, and also with a view to 2013, we carried out a restructuring program which meant costs in the amount of 43 billion. And we also had a goodwill impairment in Croatia in the amount of 9.8. So this means a negative EBIT of 21.7 million. The income from investments in associates decreased slightly because Pipelife actually is only accounted for a period of 4 months in these figures. Income from interest and similar income showed a slight decrease. We earned less, but I think this is in line with the general trend. Interest and similar expenses increased because we had to raise funds for the acquisition of the remaining 50% of Pipelife. Other financial results: we acquired the 50% of Pipelife, so we could increase our figures. In 2011, we swapped Tondach shares against Pramag shares and had income from that exchange, and so this had an impact on the financial results. So we conclude with a profit after tax resulting from the depreciation and impairments in the amount of 40 million, as compared to 39 million in 2011. I would also like to give you an overview of other results. The total restructuring costs and impairment charges amounted to 43 million. We had depreciations and impairments in the amount of 14.2 million. So this adds up to the 43 million that I've mentioned previously. We also had other impairment charges in the amount of 19.9 million. So this means smaller impairments. In 2011, the amount was about 16 million. Goodwill impairment, I've already mentioned, 9.8. And then impairment charges to financial assets and receivables, again, 10.3 million. 10.3 million is due to a 10% participation in a company in Italy. Now, this has been fully written off, and the amount is 3 million, and the remaining 7 million are due to a plant in Poland, where, as a result of the market problems, we could also close down. So altogether, we have about 83 million costs, restructuring costs and impairment charges. And this could be compensated by the valuation gain, Pipelife. So ultimately, we had a minus of 41 million total.
Once again, a diagram showing EBITDA 245 million, depreciation 195 million, 20 million impairment. That gives us an operating EBIT of 31, and then restructuring costs 28 plus 14, and goodwill impairment. An update on the cost-saving program, particularly in the Western European markets. We saw that the crisis hit us with a certain delay. We're talking about markets like France, the Netherlands, parts of Germany. The Belgian market was weaker. Certain lines had to be discontinued, and in our back office, in the administration, we had to make an effort to further reduce our costs. That results in one-off effects in the amount of 43 million, and the savings, this includes savings for 2013, 14, and 15. So up to 2015, the savings will be accumulated to a total of 50 million, and the 18 million reported here for 2013 have almost been realized or are to be realized soon. What else did we do? We tried to counteract the losses in quantity. We were able to increase our prices in spite of a difficult market environment, this is highly positive because we were able to compensate for cost inflation, and we were gaining market shares in certain markets. So in 2012, as already in 2011, we were able to increase our prices, our average prices, across all markets. Of course, in certain markets we had to lower our prices. In others, we succeeded in increasing them by as much as 4%, and we had a shift in our product mix. Premium products can be sold at a better price than the commodity products. What's the contribution of Pipelife to revenue and earnings? A substantial contribution. In 2012, 512 million contribution to revenues and 49.5 million to operating EBITDA. That's for 7 months, because we have only been consolidating since the 1st of June. That is when we got European Union approval. What does it mean for the full year? Pipelife increased revenues by 7% in 2012 compared with 2011, and the operating EBITDA up by 13 million from 68.9 to 78 million, and we are confident that the additional consolidation effect for the first 5 months of 2013 will give us an additional significant contribution. The increase of average prices and the consolidation effect, I mentioned it already. Revenues in 2011, 1,915,000. You can see the sales volume down by 9%, sales prices up by 5%, FX effect practically 0, and the consolidation effect plus 28% comes from both. EBITDA broken down by region. That tells you how difficult the markets were. In BRICS, we lost 33 million in Western Europe and 20 million in Eastern Europe, altogether 53 million. And in pavers and pipes, we were gaining both in Western Europe and in Eastern Europe. The North American market also made a positive contribution, plus 18 million compared with the year before. The new structure of Wienerberger, you may have noticed it already. We have introduced a new structure, a new reporting segments. We break down into business units, bricks and tiles, Europe, broken down by Western Europe and Eastern Europe, pipes and pavers, again, Western Europe and Eastern Europe, the same markets because we want to make things comparable. North America, there we have our clay business that is run under General Shell, and the Pipelife activities in North America. And separate from that, we have the holding and others. That includes our Indian business because it doesn't fit into any of the other segments. The results 2012 broken down by region. Bricks in Western Europe, this is the biggest contribution to revenues, 48%. Bricks and tiles, followed by pipes and pavers, Western Europe 17%. So the company is strongly focused on Western Europe. In Eastern Europe, 27%, 13% of which bricks and tiles, and 14% pipes and pavers. And then North America, 8%. If we look at a breakdown of EBITDA, if we look at EBITDA, you find that Western Europe is still strong in bricks and tiles and pipes, and a downturn in Eastern Europe. North America, 4%. A contribution to EBITDA compared with 8% contribution to revenue. So we're not where we want to be, but we can see that housing construction is going in the right direction. A breakdown by product. Wall, 27%, roof tiles, 18%, pipes, 26%, and facade, 24%. Those are the main drivers of our results. But when you look at EBITDA, roof tiles contribute 39%. This is mainly due to the fact that roofs need renovation quite often. More than 50% of our roof tiles go into renovation projects. So this is a stable business because of the renovation component. Let's take a look at our balance sheet after the takeover of Pipelife. Wienerberger still has a strong balance sheet, an equity ratio of 57%, and a very low gearing of 26% only. And after the net cash out for the Pipelife acquisition was 146.6 million, and the total net debt impact at the end of May was 339 million due to the takeover of Pipelife. But working capital management, we've been able to keep our stocks under control despite a difficult market condition. We had to mothball or close down plants because we didn't want stocks to run out of control. We got a rather substantial contribution in working capital from Pipelife. We've got a free cash flow of 127 million. Free cash flow, is 163 million. The Pipelife acquisition and the dividend and the hybrid coupon, 33 million. So that's the net cash flow, the net cash out, 33 million. Where does our working capital come from? 103 million. Change in working capital. We took over Pipelife at the beginning of June, and this is when working capital is at its maximum. We took over a high level of debt, and as scheduled, we were able to get rid of excessive stock, and we brought that down to a normal level. Total investments, including the Pipelife acquisition, 268 million without Pipelife. An acquisition of 50% to 105 million. That also includes normal capex of Pipelife. If we were to exclude Pipelife, we would be 14% below 2011. Also because we saw that the results were not coming in, and therefore you have to try and reduce your investments. Development of net debt, 2011-2012. Net debt from minus 127 from the growth cash flow. The hybrid coupon plus 32. Total investments, excluding Pipelife, 106. Pipelife and the total consolidation effect, 339. Working capital has already been reduced by 108. We end the year with a net debt of 602 million. We have a strong liquidity and a balanced term structure. For 2013, maturities are almost fully covered by cash. We floated a new bond issue, which already provides for 2014. And as you can see, the term structure is quite balanced, relatively small tranches. And this is our objective because we want to keep the risk of funding as low as possible. Treasury ratios, net debt, 2.2, despite the acquisition of Pipelife. And our own target is 2.5 times net debt. according to our covenants, we can go up to 3.5, but internally we said, no, we don't want to go that far. We want 2.5 by the end of the year, and we can do that quite easily. The bond issue in April 2013, the volume was topped up to 300 million, the coupon being 4%. It has a 7-year term. It was placed internationally with international investors, and we succeeded in almost all Western European markets, and the bond issue was well subscribed to by international investors. The proceeds will predominantly be used to protect and secure the strong capital structure and the liquidity of the company. So again, we have already been anticipating the situation of 2014. We're not just a cyclical business, we're also a seasonal business, and over the first 3 or 4 months of the year we're building up stock, which we are then selling later on. We need 200 to 300 million for the build-up of stock, and we have to have that. A few words about the share and the dividend. As you know, individually securitized shares have to be cancelled because of the new legal provisions. There will no longer be individual share certificates, and the invalidation of all effective shares was completed by the end of 2012. Should you still have any effective share certificates, please submit them to your depository bank. You will find a reminder in your set of documents and a memento in the form of a paper share certificate. Over the past 3 months, our share has performed rather well, but that is mainly due to the fact that in 2012 we strongly underperformed the market. There is a sort of delay. Our share reacts strongly upward and downward. You can see where we were in the middle of the year compared with our peers and compared with the ATX. But I think many investors are now buying our shares because they've seen how much Pipelife is contributing to the result. The dividend, it's going to be a small dividend, 12 € per share, same as last year. Well, why, despite a book loss? We said we're committed to a dividend payment, and we pay our dividend out of our cash flow, and we are confident to be able to generate cash flow sustainably in 2013 and 14, and this is why we are paying out a small dividend on the results of 2012 in 2013. Our future dividend policy, well, we don't have a payout ratio. We say we pay a dividend whenever our results permit that. The ex-dividend day is the 16th of May, and the first day of payment is the 21st of May. Thank you very much, Mr. van Riet, for your presentation. We move on to the third part, that is corporate governance and remuneration. First, a few words about the principles of corporate governance. Wienerberger commits fully to the Austrian Corporate Governance Code. That means a high level of transparency. There is a risk management system with an annual risk evaluation, and there are internal audits. We have an internal audit unit as a staff unit that reports directly to the managing board. Wienerberger meets the highest corporate governance standards. The Supervisory Board subjects itself to regular self-evaluation, a procedure which is being accompanied by external consultants that identify measures that need to be taken to increase or improve the efficiency of the Supervisory Board. In this context, the Supervisory Board elaborated a new remuneration scheme. As a prerequisite for that, we need lean structures, both on the Managing Board and on the Supervisory Board. The Managing Board was reduced from 3 to 2 members. Johann Windisch left the Managing Board and he takes over responsibility for Bricks and Tiles Europe. The Supervisory Board is also reduced in numbers, 6 members instead of 8. Mr. Dumoulin is no longer a member of the Supervisory Board because he is no longer fully meeting the independence criteria, and Mr. Reidel has reached the age limit and therefore resigns from the Supervisory Board. Ladies and gentlemen, shareholders, I should now like to inform you that the remuneration of the Managing Board in 2012 was 50% below that of 2011. The Managing Board remuneration consists of a fixed component which reflects the scope of responsibility of the Managing Board members. The variable component was not paid out in 2012. The same holds for the long-term incentive program. You can see an overview here of Managing Board remuneration 2011 and 2012. 2012, Mr. Scheich, 658,000, Mr. Windisch, 525,000, Willy van Riet, 483,000. The fixed salary increased by 2.8%. No bonus was paid out in 2012. So 1,667,092 euros was the total Managing Board remuneration in 2012. The remuneration scheme for the Supervisory Board was redesigned in 2011. There is an index-linked remuneration for Supervisory Board members, 30,000 for the chairman, 22,500 for the deputy chairman, and 15,000 for members. Remuneration for committee members is 15,000 for the chairman, 11,250 for the vice chairman, and 7,500 for members. And there's also an attendance fee per meeting day, 5,000 per meeting day, and 2,500 for each committee that does not take place on the same day as the Supervisory Board meeting. Of course, the fee for attendance is only paid out if the member concerned actually participates. Here are the details on the remuneration of the Supervisory Board. Friedrich Kadrenoska, because of his illness, waived part of his claim to fixed remuneration. He got 52,500 in 2012. The same holds for Franz Rauch, who was only a member of the Supervisory Board until the 11th of May 2012. And total remuneration paid out to the Supervisory Board was approximately 10% lower than in 2011. I move on to the new remuneration scheme for top management. As already mentioned, the new remuneration scheme was developed in cooperation with international consultants. It meets the most demanding international corporate governance standards and, of course, the Austrian Corporate Governance Code. It is marked by a strong focus on sustainability and long-term development. Short-term and long-term variable remuneration are focused on a sustainable development of business. The model is easy to understand, and it is intended to ensure long-term loyalty of the management to the company. We want our top executives to stay with the company for a long time. Now, who are the beneficiaries? The beneficiaries are the members of the managing board of Wienerberger AG, as well as selected top managers. They are selected every year. Altogether 50 people. They come from the management board, from business unit management, from top management at headquarters, and from among the managing directors of the large country organizations. According to the new remuneration scheme, the managing board members receive a fixed component, a fixed salary that was adjusted in 2013. It's 700,000 for Heimo Scheuch and 520,000 for Willy van Riet. In addition, there is the variable component, that is the bonus. The criteria for bonus payment are laid down by the supervisory board for the following year. There are financial targets accounting for 75% of the bonus, and strategic targets accounting for 25%. The financial targets are EBITDA and free cash flow. The bonus is capped at 100% of fixed remuneration, or 150% in case of extraordinary performance. Payout is made over 2 years, 50% each year, and payout in the second year is only made if the financial target are still met in the subsequent year. The long-term component, that is the LTI program, the long-term incentive program, which is still in place. The managing board has to hold appropriate numbers of shares. The criteria are linked to cash flow return on investment, that is CFROI, and the share price. It's capped at 100% of fixed remuneration, and targets have to be met in 3 consecutive years. Payout will be made in 3 installments. So much about corporate governance and remuneration. Mr. Scheuch.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be 2 more brief reports on the outlook for 2013 and the strategy. The year 2013 was characterized by a particularly long and snowy winter in Europe. And you know that there have been considerable declines in our sales volumes, amounting to 14%. Average prices are also slightly below the level in the first quarter of 2012. The reason being that we had to give discounts in the Czech Republic in order to be prepared for demands. Then there was a first-time contribution of Pipelife, which of course strengthened the group results, and North American business has benefited from a positive market trend. The figures: revenues rose by 125% in the first quarter of 2013 as compared to 2012. EBITDA is slightly below that of last year. The reason being that bricks and tiles in Europe suffered from the long and snowy winter, a minus of 15 million euros. Pipes and pavers Europe, a plus of 10 million in the EBITDA, thanks to the development in in North America. And our attempts to read costs also contributed to this fact. What is important for 2013, ladies and gentlemen, is the completion of our restructuring program in the bricks division, and to carry out the improvements. I'm confident that we will achieve this. We will also make sure that we sell real estate which we no longer need, so there will be a structured sale of our non-core assets. I will explain that later on, and we have a very ambitious goal for 2013, 280 million euros group EBITDA. Of course, we do have a partial recovery of ground lost during the first quarter, and we will work on that together. When it comes to the structured sale of non-core assets, we will look at all regions, Western Europe, Northern America, in order to achieve this goal. We are not talking about real estate that could easily be sold or used. We are talking about real estate in rural areas, but we are working on a rezoning on the one hand, and on the other hand making subsequent use for residential or commercial construction projects. And we expect to get about 100 million by the end of 2016 from the sale of these of real estate. As regards markets, the American market will show a positive development. We expect double-digit growth rates in Europe. The situation will be rather varied. We expect that markets like Germany will show a stronger positive development. We will have a more stable market for residential construction in the United Kingdom, and we hope that in Eastern Europe, Romania, Bulgaria, we have reached the bottom. So we hope that there will also be some improvement. Russia ought to show a positive development, and as far as the remaining markets are concerned, we expect slight volume decreases. So the outlook for the individual segments: bricks and tiles Europe, a moderate volume decline. Cost reduction from restructuring programs should compensate for that, at least partially. And as regards price increases, ladies and gentlemen, we expect that we will be able to cover cost inflation, about 2.5%, by price increases. North America, as I've already indicated, a positive development. And in the brick business and pipes and pavers, Europe, of course, should bring about additional 30 million euros as a result of the consolidation effect from Pipelife, and there should also be a moderate organic earnings growth in the pipe business. Now, our strategy. Our goal, ladies and gentlemen, is to proceed along the lines indicated 2 years ago: more diversification. Wienerberger will not give up bricks, but we want to have a second strong pillar for sustainable growth. So we have worked in this direction consistently. Semmelrock, Steinzeug, Dondach, Pipe Life were taken over. We have restructured our portfolio. There's no longer a discussion as to what is our core business or what is not core business. So we are focusing on applications in the construction industry and ecological aspects. Of course, there will be new construction. We're not giving that up. Pipe Life, of course, has been another step to strengthen this sector, but we've also focused on renovation. Next, operational excellence, a very important topic. Wienerberger can no longer afford to distinguish between different markets. We need to be the best. We need to focus on costs. We're talking about process optimization, operational excellence. We have taken over a number of companies between 2001 and 2009. So we need to simplify our structures, to consolidate our structures, and to optimize processes. We will focus on core countries. We will keep an eye on whether we have to remain present in all countries or whether we want to withdraw from some markets. We will focus on the core markets. Another important aspect is innovation. In all areas, we are working hard to find new solutions for the future. And even in the difficult year 2012, we succeeded to build 140,000 homes with our products to cover 180,000 roofs. And to give you just one example, we installed 280,000 kilometers of pipes. This means 7 times around the world. What is even more important is that we have been able to launch more than 200 new products on the market, and this distinguishes us from our competitors. Of course, we have to compare ourselves with our immediate competitors. They too are suffering, and we could see that, well, even though our performance may have been fairly modest in some of the sectors, we could distinguish ourselves from our competitors as a result of introducing 200 new products. We are facing the challenges of the future. We take climate change, energy efficiency seriously. We are not just talking about that. We are actually finding solutions that go beyond the Energy and Buildings Directive 2020. We produce energy neutral buildings. So we offer solutions to our customers, to architects, to builders, to the end user. A very important trend that we are increasingly working on is urbanization. That is, building in cities. Bricks have been and are strongly associated with single-family homes, that is, the suburban region. Now we have to focus more on urbanization, and this will definitely be a major challenge for the management. Resource efficiency, another important topic. We are a company that uses clay as a raw material. Clay, of course, can be recycled 100%. So we have, and permit me to use an English term, a cradle-to-cradle certified company. This is something we have already achieved. Energy, of course, is also a very important topic for us. We use gas for our production process. We need that for our production. We need to reduce the share of gas, and we have set ourselves very ambitious goals beyond 2020, and our engineers are working on the implementation of this policy. It is also necessary, of course, to meet the challenges of the future. We shouldn't only talk about residential construction. We need to do something. We need to focus on young families, social housing in Europe, a topic which unfortunately is not taken seriously by politicians. We have a serious shortage of homes, and here we want to produce efficient products for this sector as well. Building sites, here we are not just talking about safety at the workplace, we are talking about enhancing our competency. We are increasingly becoming representative of competency. So these are the challenges that Wienerberger has to face today. And regarding individual solutions that we have for the future, I will just show a few examples. For bricks and other products, this is a very important topic. Insulation, thermal insulation. Our classical products, Porotherm, are very efficient, a very efficient building material. However, we have to go a step further, ladies and gentlemen. There is a topic which is becoming increasingly important: insulation. And there is also discussion about indoor climate. We spend 80% of our time indoors. So a good indoor climate, of course, benefits from a building material like bricks. So we will advertise bricks more intensively in the future. As I've already indicated, we will focus on 1- and 2-family homes, but we will also focus on multi-family homes. And we have a classical solution: special bricks. And these need no additional thermal insulation. So these specialized bricks meet all the requirements on multi-story buildings. Fast laying, safety at the workplace. Another issue here, we have new adhesive systems, the dry-fix adhesive system, for instance, and we have also systems based on prefabricated brick elements. This is one example which illustrates that we have also been successful in the segment multi-story buildings. A high-rise building in Russia, which was built with bricks only, so we are meeting these challenges. Then we also focus on construction. We want to reduce average construction time. We want to use special dry fix systems, and thus we have shorter handling times. Unfortunately, of course, there are serious environmental catastrophes, such as the earthquake, for instance, or the earthquakes last year. All the buildings that we built with our products can withstand earthquakes without any problems. This has been shown by the examples in recent years. So we are not just talking about these issues. We have measurable results. We are also strong in the clay roof tile sector. Here you can see clay roof tiles that are used for the construction of the Olympic Media Village in Sochi. A few words about pipes. I've already mentioned that we are focusing on this sector. These are pipes up to 600 meters long, which are have a diameter of up to 2.5 meters. This is an example of a power plant project in Ghana where we use these pipes. So again, new applications which distinguish us from our competitors. This may be a niche application, but it illustrates that we meet all the challenges. An irrigation system. Next, let's move on to wastewater management, a critical area, particularly in urban areas. Here we succeeded to produce ceramic pipes which are resistant to chemically harmful wastewater. It's no longer necessary to dig deep holes in order to lay these pipes. We have a large project here in Singapore where we used jacking pipes and here we again have another breakthrough technology. A few weeks ago we were also successful in Eastern Europe, a large project in Bulgaria, 42 kilometers of sewage pipes in Burgas on the Black Sea coast. This makes us very confident. There is a high development potential for sewage pipes in Eastern Europe. Then, of course, Semmelrock has also shown that we can come up with new products in a very difficult area, landscaping solutions for private gardens, or here, for instance, a solution for Wien Westbahnhof. This is just one example to illustrate where we are active in terms of research. So we are also working on finding traffic solutions. We have the Einstein interlocking jointing system for surfaces with high traffic loads. We are working in a very well coordinated and structured manner. This, of course, leads me to my next point. We want to coordinate our solutions. We want to have brick walls that include a thermal insulation system by pipe life. Again, we are trying to find innovative but affordable solutions. You all know that, unfortunately, we are confronted with floods, strong rainfalls, and for this we have developed so-called storm box solutions. Before rainwater is fed into the sewage system, it is collected in a central component and only then fed into the sewage system. And here again, we are a market leader. So there's collection of rainwater all the way to reusing rainwater. And here we rely on the expertise of Pipe Life. This all results in a growth potential for the Wienerberger Group. This applies to all product segments. Wienerberger, as I've already indicated, is ready to meet these challenges. When it comes to economic building, we are focusing on shorter handling times, on balanced system solutions. We cannot only focus on bricks only. We need to provide complete solutions in cooperation with partners. Another trend, health and safety, is also important. Our products have a life cycle of 100 years as compared to other products. It's been proven that other industries cannot do this. So we have a very good argument when it comes to sustainability in Europe and in the future of the construction sector. Then health and safety. Fire protection, you probably have followed the discussion in Germany. We have solutions for eco-friendly buildings. Our systems are safe, and we have proven systems that we can offer to our customers. Last year, we opened an E4 brick house. It's the first building that produces more energy than it uses. This is not just a lighthouse project or a flag store project. There are many such projects all over Europe. This house was designed for a family with 2 children. They live in it. We carry out continuous measurements. Children, of course, leave the doors and the windows open, so it's not a passive house where the windows and doors have to be shut all the time. So this is a solution that we have worked on together with our customers. When it comes to pipes and pavers, again, I see a potential here for development. Of course, plastic pipes are gaining over metal pipes. Also, it means higher market shares. This trend will continue, but we have solutions for climate change and also ecological solutions for the future. And we will continue to work on even more complex solutions. This takes me to the last point in our project Growth for the Future, that is bolt-on projects. We will focus on the acquisition of bolt-on projects. What does this mean? Bolt-on projects are smaller acquisitions in markets where we are already active. So we will not take any risk. Rather, these bolt-on projects will add considerable value. Our recent acquisitions have shown this. They add value and are in line with our attempts at diversification. Summing up, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have positioned our company well in a difficult year. And I'm not denying that things are not going to become easier. We will have to work hard in the individual markets. We will have to be present. We will have to use a systematic approach. We want to be a system applier in the emerging markets. Again, we will proceed step by step in order to achieve sustainable, successful growth. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard, the company intends to work hard. That's the Wienerberger motto, and I'm sure the achievements will be positive ones. I now move on to the requests for the floor, which we have received. The first request for the floor comes from Mr. Knapp, who will present his questions himself. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I represent own shares and 14 other shareholders holding 3.5 million shares. That is about 33% of the share capital. I'd like to thank the managing board on behalf of IVA for having allowed me to act as representative of small shareholders. First, I'd like to make a suggestion for an improvement of future AGMs. I don't expect people to listen to me, but you are cannibalizing your own AGM. You take so much trouble in preparing the AGM, but then you open the buffet at 12, which means that people leave at 11:45 because they want to have lunch. They can't be that hungry. Everybody must have had breakfast. I'm getting hungry, but I am still alive and I'm going to survive. Why do you attend an AGM? In order to listen to the CEO and the chairman of the supervisory board. And why do so many people leave? And it's annoying for those who stay in the room, hearing people walk around all the time. So either you start earlier or you open the buffet later. But back to 2012. It was a difficult year, if not to say a bad year, apart from North America, perhaps. How did we react? Well, the savings program, the costs of which were fully recognized in 2012. The synergies will be generated later. We stake our hopes in innovation and innovative products. That reminds me of my childhood when I was afraid walking through a dark forest. I used to sing very loud, and that's what you reminded me of, Mr. Scheich, when you spoke about innovation towards the end of your presentation. Another hope for the future is pipe life, and of course the promising markets in India and Russia, which are, however, quite small. My first topic is pipe life. I must say I'm not so enthusiastic about this acquisition, because when you look at the intangible assets of pipe life, and if you add them up, you find it in the annual report: 42 million euros goodwill, 178 million other intangible assets, 220 million altogether as a consequence of full consolidation. So that diminishes my optimism to a certain extent, because, as you probably know, I'm not too happy about intangible assets. Well, goodwill, I'm a bit doubtful about goodwill, because no matter how hard you try, sometimes you can't really see that goodwill. As regards the 178 million other intangible assets, how much of that is amortized regularly, and how much of that is subjected to an annual impairment test? Because in that case, a lot depends on the managing board, because the managing board provides the parameters for cash flow calculation. Will there be a write-down or not? On page 120 of the annual report, you refer to the customer base and the Pipe Life brand as an intangible asset. What else is there? And as regards the Pipe Life brand, is it subject to impairment testing, or will it be amortized over time? As regards the outlook for 2013, the reason for your optimism is mentioned on page 98. You're saying there that on account of the large percentage of public principals, and infrastructure projects, you feel that the pipeline markets are more stable than the brick segment in Europe. How come that you are so optimistic? Because public sectors have less and less money to spend, particularly in the core markets of pipeline, like the Netherlands and France. You yourself said France is not a particularly promising market, and given this shortage of financial funds, shortage of finance, the residential construction market is in decline. As Mr. Scheich said, it's also due to the fact that less money is available in terms of subsidized housing. So, my questions mainly concern intangible assets and your prospects for 2013. Are they as good as you said? A word about the small, promising markets, India and Russia. Mr. Scheich said that we would expand our presence there step by step. Any ideas, any plans how big the individual steps are going to be, and when are those steps to be taken, and how much money have you budgeted for that? Another topic which I may have forgotten to mention, that is investment property, clay pits and other real estate that is to be sold. When I look at the balance sheet, I can see disposals in the amount of 20 million euros. What are the square meters? What's the asset class? Was it a clay pit or a non-built up piece of land? And then reclassification from property, plant and equipment to investment property. That must have been a plant that was shut down. What's the size of that plant? Where is it located? I'm referring to the plant that was reclassified from plant property and equipment to investment property. The book value is 81 million euros. In the balance sheet, the fair value is indicated at 148 million euros for all real estate taken together. In the past, when we asked you about real estate, you used to downplay that, but 67 million of hidden reserves is not nothing, and those hidden reserves are to be brought to the fore, so to speak, in the future. Do we still have any real estate held as investment property except for the closed down plants and the clay pits? Who actually should buy a closed down brickmaking plant? Is anybody interested in that? Or are these properties to be developed? Who is going to do the development? The company itself? Do we have consultants to do that for us? If so, how much money is that going to cost? I've one more topic, and then remembering what the chairman of the supervisory board said, I will shut up. I may take the floor another time if there is enough time left, but I don't want to follow the example of others and better known speakers. My last point concerns the auditor. The 1.2 million from 700. So a substantial increase in auditing costs. Is that merely due to Pipelife, or are there any other causes? And other services rendered by the auditor increased from 228,000 to 516,000 euros. Why is that so? And then I'm sure there was a management letter. Perhaps you could tell us about the most important recommendations made by the auditor and contained in the management letter. I would be interested in hearing about that. So thank you for listening to me, and I wish you all the best. My best wishes go to the managing board and the supervisory board. Thank you very much, Mr. Knapp. I hand over immediately to the CEO. Thank you for your suggestion regarding buffet lunch. We'll bear that in mind next time round. Well, it's always a logistic problem, but thank you for pointing that out to us. And when you said that as a small child you used to sing when you very loudly when you were afraid, well, I hope that analogy doesn't hold for our innovation efforts. We think that innovation is a basis for a promising future. Your first question concerned pipe life. I will answer some of your questions. Willy will take care of the first part about intangible assets. Well, how do we allocate a purchase price? You buy a company with a certain balance sheet, and then you ask an independent, certified public accountant to look at that balance, if there are any additions or deductions to be made, and what you get is a goodwill. And according to IFRS, the customer base and the brand have to be measured and have to be included. It may have been different in the past, but IFRS rules are what they are. And in the case of Pipelife, we asked a certified public accountant to do so. KPMG audited it, and the result was, it's true, you find it on page 119 of the annual report, 178 million intangible assets, of which 135 million customer relations. You look at long-term customer relations and the results thus generated, and they are then amortized over 15 years. And what remains is the product brand Pipelife, which has a strong position in the individual markets because the products are marketed under Pipelife almost everywhere, and that was measured at 36 million, and that's for an indefinite term. You can't amortize that over a certain number of years. Therefore, you have to do an impairment test annually, and in the end, we got goodwill in the amount of 44 million. But if you do these impairment tests, they're not aimed at hiding things. You do that on the basis of a certain method, and it's no trick. It's a given methodology. The second question concerned my optimism for the pipe business. I don't want to overvalue my optimism, but we, even in economically difficult times, Pipelife is doing very well in water and sewage management, and there is a lot of money available in the public sector. And in northern Italy, for example, there's a huge problem concerning wastewater and sewage networks. Billions are available to renew the sewage network, but there is the government crisis, there is the uncertain situation in Italy, and nothing has happened so far. The same holds for Romania. 20% of German drinking water, potable water, is leaking away, seeping into the ground because the pipes are leaking. So it would make sense to spend taxpayer money on that rather than on projects that don't yield anything. It would be a project with a short payback period. Water is a valuable commodity and we are creating new jobs. So I take it that in this area, both as far as renovation in Western Europe is concerned and as far as catching up in Eastern Europe is concerned, we have a good potential. And there is climate change as far as rainwater management goes. I think we have good prospects there. And Pipelife is active not just in these areas, and this is what has made Pipelife so attractive for us. There are other applications, the gas industry, there are industrial applications, utilities. So we hope we are on a good way there, and I hope that I've answered your question about Pipelife to your satisfaction. You mentioned Russia and India. Yes, indeed. In these countries, we want to act profitably, and this is the case already. Investments in these countries first will focus on our existing locations. We want to build capacity there. We can do so without spending too much money. We don't need an additional investment budget because that has already been budgeted for. And if we want to go beyond that and position ourselves in regional markets, I hope you will understand that we don't want to make any announcements. We want to use our common sense when it comes to investment projects. So from today's point of view, there is nothing in the pipeline yet, but you never know what comes up. You ask a question about our real estate, and you said that given the reduction in the number of sites, our real estate is quite sizable, our real estate portfolio, and we waited for some time because we thought business might come back in one or the other market. But in the Netherlands, for example, we can easily make do with what we've got. Other locations have been mothballed, but so-called old locations, old sites, will be realized. We're not working with consultants. Let me give you one example. England, we've been building competencies there. We have young staff members coming from the sector and working for us, and they can develop and realize real estate in a professional manner. So we have real estate at locations outside cities. We try to get the locations rezoned, and then we hope to develop them. It's a broad range. We also have real estate that can be put to agricultural use. In Eastern Germany, for example, we have real estate that can be used for biogas production. So there is a varied range of possible uses, and we cooperate with local and territorial authorities. We don't take a European approach when it comes to realizing real estate. We think that this can best be done locally. If we can make good use of real estate there, we can also help to create jobs in the region. We're not under pressure. This is why I said up to 2016 we intend to realize this property, this non-core property, and we hope to generate positive results for you. You are absolutely right in your analysis. We think that there are considerable hidden reserves there. Willy, perhaps one last point about the auditor. Well, 20 million proceeds, 10 million book value, 10 million broken down, 7 million non-core, and 3 million current sales. Of course, we also sell things that are part of the core business. So much about the value of, and as to the location of our real estate, 70% is in Western Europe and North America, and those are regions where things are relatively easy to sell. But we also sell real estate continuously in Eastern Europe. As regards the auditor, Mr. Kerschbaumer is with us today, and I think he can answer your questions. He's best qualified to answer your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, shareholders, I'm Helmut Kerschbaumer. I'm a partner of KPMG in Vienna, and I'm the lead auditor for Wienerberger. Actually, I expected your question, and I thought I'd prepare some essential information about the audit. I've prepared a short presentation, and I will, of course, elaborate on your questions. Now, we performed a full-scope audit of the individual and consolidated financial statements. Auditing the consolidated financial statements means 200 subsidiaries. It's a question of scoping. How many of these subsidiaries do we audit? As you can see, 95% were subject to a full scope audit, and the remaining 5% were subject to limited reviews or desktop reviews. The audit was performed either in Austria, that is 10 to 15% of our work, and on site by member companies of KPMG. But being the auditor for the consolidated financial statements, we have to monitor the local audits. We demand intensive reports and also issue detailed instructions. We engage in a regular exchange with the audit committee of Wienerberger. We participated in 3 meetings of the audit committee and answered questions there. The main focus of our audit is on relevant risks, the valuation of non-current assets, the impairment tests, valuation of stocks, valuation of trade receivables, provisions, other provisions enough. Those are topics that come up every year. And then there are so-called non-routine issues. Last year, that was mainly the first-time consolidation of Pipelife, but it also covers bond issues and similar things. The audit also includes the evaluation of the internal control systems, because we want to be sure that the figures you can read are correct. We also audit the effectiveness of the risk management system on the basis of the rule of the Austrian Corporate Governance Code. On this diagram, you can see the number of hours, 19,000 hours, 10 to 15% of that in Austria, the remainder anywhere else in the world where Wienerberger is active. And the audit fee, it was indeed 2 million euros. I rounded the figure. The increase compared with the previous year is due to the additional work caused by Pipelife. That is the audit of all Pipelife companies at the end of the year, and that is a substantial part of the overall financial statements, approximately 550,000 euros, and the remaining 240,000 euros refer to the first-time consolidation. As of the 31st of May, the values of Pipelife had to be checked very accurately in order to be able to recognize the intangible assets on the balance sheet, and that was 240,000 euros in fees. Other services which you mentioned account for 25% of the audit fee. The increase over the previous year essentially concerns tax consultancy services, and that in turn is related to a tax audit, not just in Austria, but also in Denmark and the Czech Republic. And the remainder is accounted for by work done in connection with the bond issue and the letter of comfort that had to be issued, etc. The result of the audit, we issued an unqualified audit opinion. The legal requirements of the Austrian Company Code and IFRS have been met. Uncorrected audit differences, those are statements which we make during the audit and that are not booked retroactively, but those are immaterial, so less than 2%. The uncorrected audit differences are immaterial. We found no indications of deficiencies in the risk management system. And as regards your question about the management letter, that was discussed at length. Our recommendations concerned a further harmonization of valuation of provisions for warranties, particularly in the roof tile sector. Certain improvements can also be made at Steinzeug, a subgroup, because the integration has not yet been fully completed. And financial reporting is what we looked at in particular. And then we made minor improvements for suggestions in internal controls. We focused on the harmonization of controls. How can you make sure that the figures are correct and the controls should be harmonized within the group? That was my contribution. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you, Mr. Kerschbaumer, for your very detailed presentation. I have a request for the floor from Mr. Staller. Who certainly wishes to put his questions himself. Well, otherwise you would have to read out what's going on in my head, and that may be difficult for you. I represent a company that is a shareholder of our company. I don't really know, should I be hard or hearty? Waiting what the future has in store for us, Well, when I first read that, I thought we are now paying the managing board for waiting. But then I read on the first page that we have to take our own future into our hands. I'm not really unhappy, but I think our managing board alone is not capable of predicting the future. So they rely on some crystal ball gazers, as I can read in the management report. I endorse what Mr. Knapp said. The buffet was open 22 minutes after Mr. Scheich started to speak. That is not a very good organization. The business report is very informative. Well, I'm not sure if it's as good as it could be. I've received a lot of information, but things were missing, like the proposed resolutions. It is a huge piece of work. Has anybody of you read that report? I spent a whole night. As regards the translation, Mr. Johnson mentioned that he was chairman of the board. He is chairman of the board in a one-tier system, which is different from the two-tier system. So he is a retired CEO and a very active chairman of the board, and he certainly is an international member of the supervisory board, and we don't have enough of those in Austria. Mr. Scheich, you talked about diversification and strategy and about products. I think you have prepared the ground for the future, hopefully for a good future. Willy van der Riet is trying to get his funding as successfully as possible. The bond issue was successful. I think we're doing quite well, and the fixed interest rate we pay over the cycle looks good. We still have too high a carry with our credit lines. A carry is non-utilized credit lines. Doesn't that show us that the managing board is afraid of not being able to fund bond issues so easily? You said you wanted to reduce your carry, but I think it's still too much. Let's compare the bond issues with those of Strabag, and then you will know what I mean. Strabag recently issued a bond for 7 years at a 3% coupon, a BBB- stable rating by Standard & Poor's. We recently issued a bond which was well accepted by the market, almost at the same time as Strabag, 4%, 2013 to 20, Ba2 stable from Moody's, which is non-investment grade, speculative, to make it quite clear. What does that mean? Speculative and default to be expected. Therefore, a question to Mr. van der Riet: why don't we have a better rating? Are your relations with rating agencies not good enough, or do we have to count on defaults? Last year, I asked you whether the crisis-related loss of the investment grade rating Hasn't that had an impact? You said no, it hasn't had a decisive impact. At that time, I asked you whether you would try to get a good rating again, and I asked you if you didn't care about the rating. I care about this interest margin between Wienerberger and Strabag. Ratings may not be that important in Austria. We have bond mania in this country. Banks are doing good business by selling bonds to private customers. Normally, for retail bonds, you don't need a rating unless you want to earn really good interest. This is still going well because if there is a haircut at Alpine, the banks don't dare further reduce the interest rate. But I wonder if that's going to work out for the rest of our days. Moody's makes it very clear for Wienerberger default to be expected. Pipelife. Our most important hurdle rate, our most important indicator, CFROI. I'm satisfied, and I differ with Mr. Knapp's statement. We have finally overperformed our own parameters, 19.5% in Western Europe. But if you're honest, Mr. Scheich, the hurdle rate of Pipelife would have to be higher because the starting base is different. Mr. van der Riet, you were able to generate cash by streamlining your working capital and reducing your stock, but this is something you can only do once. So tell me something about the working capital strategy for 2013. You said we're highly cyclical and we need 200 to 300 million at the beginning of the year. Another question. Do we have a hybrid strategy? You're building reserves by issuing smaller tranches in the bond market, but we shouldn't forget that this has enormous implications. Call in 2017, it's the first year where a call is possible for the hybrid, but currently the hybrid bond is part of our equity at 492 million. This, if I'm not mistaken, corresponds to 21% of our equity as a hybrid. It is a hybrid solution which we have to fund and refinance. This hybrid bond was listed at 72 ticks in October, 97 ticks yesterday. It hurts not to be able to buy back this bond. Erste Bank made hundreds of millions. Unfortunately, we can't do so on account of the terms of the hybrid bond. Now, what do I mean in concrete terms? I'm back to the issue of the dividend. It's not something we can be happy about, and it's too little to be sad about. But we've made a loss, a substantial loss, 61 cents per share. Willy van der Riet told us that they're paying the dividend out of the cash flow, anticipating a sustainable generation of cash flow. But let's leave aside the one-off effects, the minus 41 million. Life is a sequence of one-off effects. What Mr. Scheich gave us as a reason is free cash flow, 163.6 million, and growth investments. So can I distribute the future? No, I can't. 163.4 million of growth financing were spent on Pipelife. So the real free cash flow is 200,000 euros compared with 79.1 million euro in 2011. And if you've been listening carefully to Mr. van Riet, from the 200,000 euros, the hybrid coupon has to be deducted. And then he said we had a cash out. So money was burnt in the amount of 33 million. I don't know if you were listening carefully enough. And the growth investments ultimately are debt financed. Our gearing has gone up, net debt from 358 million to 602 million. So what I'd like to know from you, what is your forecast of the real free cash flow and the strategy for 2013? Price increases, as you know, I note down everything you said last year. The 2.5% cost increases are offset by price increases. Now we have 3.5% cost inflation. Now, you're talking about a cost inflation of 2.3%, but it's going to be higher, and you're mentioning possible price increases of 2%. Are you on budget? Is it going well? Or will we have a negative margin again simply because it's not in the markets? You said a lot about the restructuring program. I take note of that. I hope I'll see the day when we're going to talk about optimization programs. Mr. Windisch has left the managing board. He's moved down to the second level. That happens very rarely in respect. I pay my tribute to him, but I take it that he still earns the salary of a managing board member, or at least a comparable salary. I hope you can answer that question. Mr. Scheuch, you mentioned a strategy, diversification. I don't want to belittle your merits, but since the 1st of August 2009, restructuring has been going on continuously, and the only real restructuring I've been able to see is in the remuneration of the managing board and the supervisory board. Pipelife operates in highly industrialized market, but it's still weak in Eastern Europe. How do you want to conquer Eastern Europe with Pipelife? If all goes well, Mr. Scheuch, the markets in which Pipelife operate are still highly fragmented, and you will agree that you are going to play a role in a future M&A process in this market. Personnel provisions, more than 400 million more. It's not your fault. That's due to interest rates. You don't have defined benefit pension systems, but you want to have a defined contribution pension system. As regards the outlook for the brick segment, I hope that LLLD pipes, which are fascinating, more than 600 meters long, a possible diameter of 2.5 meters. I hope that's going to be our business of the future. Now, another topic. Mr. Knapp and myself, we hate goodwill. I've never seen a business that can live on goodwill and equity. There will always be a problem. Even the best of love affairs will have its weak phases. We all loved the businesses we bought. Think of Schaschel and General Shell. Unfortunately, he's not here today, but I'm going to tell him myself. Goodwill depreciation, Croatia, minus 9.8 million. How did you change the interest rate from 2011 to 2012? If you read the business report carefully, you will find that it's very informative, very transparent, but then you reach a point where you have to do your own calculations because there is no table, no matrix, no comparison, and certain questions can't be answered anymore. Pages 130 and 140, you will have to add up a goodwill under the most important items yourself. And after impairment, according to IFRS 3, we have 65 cash-generating units in our markets. These goodwills account for 1/3 of our total goodwill, of our total asset, so to speak. 282 million euros. Let me give you an example. In the United States, General Shale, 162.3 million goodwill. North America, altogether 174.3. The interest is 6.3, which dropped slightly from 2011 to 2012. When you read the business report carefully, we have an EBITDA potential of 60 million in the United States. In 2012, it was 9.8 million, a CFROI of 1.7. The hurdle, our benchmark, is 11.5%. Now, do your calculation for the American goodwill, and can you explain to us how you're going to reach your own hurdle? And now I get to my subject, my topic proper. The cash generating units. I have a budget and I have an interest rate. I can only believe your budget, and I do believe you, but the interest rate is something I want to be able to calculate, but I can't do so. On page 130, you find the sensitivity analysis for impairment. The change of the risk-free interest rate by 100 basis points, and if you halve growth rates, you would have an impairment loss of 92 million. That is a lot, but it's not everything. So you're assuming a growth rate of 1% for your impairments. You're telling us you're planning great things in Russia and India. You want to grow dynamically. Nevertheless, you are reducing the growth interest rate from 5% to 4%. But one thing you're not telling us, and that's the decisive point, you are mentioning country-specific costs of capital, but you are not mentioning our market risk premiums. Think of BRICS in Eastern Europe. In these markets, the market risk premiums matter. What happens if the risk premiums deteriorate? What would the auditor think about it? I want to know the market risk premiums for all our relevant markets. In the group, you have a weighted average cost of capital of 6.84%, but nowhere do I find a breakdown of market risks. You could give us any figure. There will always be an economic study saying that it's correct, but if the figure were to be quite different, we would have amortization or goodwill depreciation of hundreds of millions, and that would be dangerous. I have 3 more questions, and I'm afraid you have to be patient. You can leave if you like. You are mentioning premium products accounting for 23.4% of revenues. You're not telling us which products those are. A question about investment property and real estate was already put. Have you included that extra liquidity in your budget, the hidden reserves, which you might raise? The questions put by the Small Investors Association was answered in detail. The reduction in the number of supervisory board members is fine, but 6 is the minimum. The managing board. Mr. Scheich is an excellent listener, but if a managing board has no specific responsibility, but only overall responsibility, I don't really see why he should earn so much more than the other managing board member. There are no segments, but only priorities. Now, how can the two of you always be of the same opinion? It's a difficult corporate governance issue. Page 28, the new model for short-term variable bonuses. So far, it was linked to EBITDA. The bonus is still linked to EBITDA and the free cash flow. You said 75%. You're putting everything into one pot, but you're not telling us that in 2012 you were way short of target. Of course, you waived your bonus, but you're not telling us the details, and that's not okay. Waiving your bonus, if you hadn't waived your bonus in 2012, had that had an impact at all? Because I think at that time the only criterion was EBITDA targets. The pension fund is enormous. Additions to the pension fund have gone up from 500,000 to 1.2 million for the managing board members. That, I suppose, relates to Mr. Windisch. Now, my favorite page is page 50 and 51 with our products, a selection of our products. I think we have excellent products. You have really achieved a lot, and I would like to thank you for that, for what you and your staff have been doing. Depreciation is still extremely high. Page 79. Through the increase in revenues, it has gone down, but the gearing is still much too high. What's your target for the gearing? You will tell us that those were investments, there's a technical potential, but I think this should really go down. And my last point, value creation. I asked about Wienerberger value management last year. It's even a subject taught at universities, or it was a subject taught at universities. Creating values is the target, and that's the only thing that is suited as a variable remuneration parameter. At the end of the day, we have to ask for the residual net income, the additional net income that is necessary to cover the costs of capital, and we are way short of target. Economic value added, 192.2 million destroyed. Cash value added, nothing has been added, 331.8 million euros destroyed. Do your calculations. So enterprise value and cash are being destroyed again in 2012. This type of value management should be the sole criterion for the bonus. This management in 2012 did nothing but destroy values. Is that the trick? And when will you finally playing an ace?
Besten Dank, Herr Staller, für Ihre Fragen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schaller, for your questions. We will try to answer them one after the other. It's been a long list of questions, and I would ask all the shareholders for patience and understanding. I'd like to ask Mr. Scheuch, CEO, to start. Thank you for your questions, Mr. Schaller. I counted more than 20 questions, I think a total of 22, if I counted correctly. In the interest of this meeting, I suggest that I answer 10 questions rather quickly. Then I give the floor to some other people, but you can be sure I will answer all your questions. Only I would give other people a chance as well. Regarding the annual report, there are no devils in any of these drawings, only angels. Regarding the questions that you put to me and my colleague, according to the Austrian Stock Corporations Act, we together are responsible for everything. So it's not only having discussions, intensive discussions. We may have different opinions, but we must do what is right for the company. And I think the greater efficiency with the new structure, reduction of the size of the supervisory board from 8 to 6 and reducing the size of the managing board from 3 to 2 was correct. We have very strong managers in the individual business units. You mentioned Mr. Windisch. This is a very important point which I think you will share with me, and I'm talking about finding successors for managing positions. Mr. Windisch will retire in the near future, and he stated that in the coming years he will focus more on developing successors. You also referred to the remuneration. Indeed, Mr. Windisch had a contract as a member of the managing board until 2014, but he waived his right to part of this compensation, which I appreciate greatly, and he's also available as an advisor or consultant. So this is in line with legal provisions. So much for a few very brief questions, answers to some of your questions. I would hand over to Willy. I wasn't aware that I spoke more softly when I talked about cash flow. You're right. We had 160 million free cash flow, which is for growth investments and payment of a dividend. The 160 were used for the acquisition of Pipelife. Pipelife was a one-off acquisition opportunity. You make use of it or you don't, and we decided to go ahead, and this was done in agreement with the supervisory board. And I think the results are what we expect. You've seen that the company is making a profit. You mentioned that perhaps the contribution by Pipelife should be more than 11.5. Yeah, but that would trigger off a long discussion. But the figure couldn't be very much higher. So much on this point. You mentioned the bond and said, why does Strabag have a triple B minus and 3% interest rate, and we have a 4% interest rate? I'll come back to your question. Well, we stand behind the rating. We have tried to get as good a rating as possible, but we decided we wouldn't do anything just to get a better rating. Of course, without Pipelife, our rating would have been better. But you have to make a decision. You have to choose. And we were absolutely in favor of the Pipelife acquisition because we already owned 50%. Of course, this has an impact on the working capital, as you pointed out. It's right. You can sell reserves only once, but we have a continuous working capital program. That is to say, we have processes trying to have an optimum amount of reserves, not just at the end of the year. We want to control this throughout the year, but there are many activities where, unfortunately, we cannot produce everything which we can sell immediately. We need to produce in advance, and one of the major cost elements is energy, so we need to save in terms of energy costs as possible. This means we have to produce large quantities. So these are some of the variables that we have to take into consideration, and similar processes apply to pipe life, but we are trying actually to have the right amount of products on stock. We don't want to have wrong products on stock. It's hard to say what is going to happen and what not, but we do use parameters for that, and we are making great efforts. You mentioned free cash flow, the goal for 2013. I would say between 50 and 100 million, depending on developments. And that again means before dividend and hybrid coupon. Sorry, no microphone. And before growth investments. This is the real free cash flow, genuine free cash flow. I'll take another 4 questions. Our price strategy for 2013. Indeed, there were inflation-induced cost increases in the amount of 2.5. This year, I'm pretty confident that we will be able to compensate that with a 2% price increase. We are doing well in Western Europe in this regard. In Eastern Europe, it will take a bit longer because of the long winter. I hate to correct you, but I did not speak about 4% last year. I said that we need about 2.5%. It turned out to be 4%. This takes me to my next answer. The new innovative products. On the basis of a good product mix, we could improve our margins and increase our prices. You said that we have 23% of innovative products at Wienerberger, and you want to know what they are. Well, bricks with mineral wool filling, for instance. These bricks show double-digit growth rates, and also our new pipes, where again we have high growth rates. I hope I have answered your question. Real estate, as I said before, it's a structured procedure, a structured process. Sometimes, of course, real estate is rather complex and complicated, and we need to think about how we can use and utilize our real estate. We regularly discuss matters with local authorities, and we act very professionally prior to real estate sales. We are not going to develop any real estate projects. This is something we are not going to do. Then Pipe Life East, Eastern Europe. You asked how are we going to develop Pipe Life in Eastern Europe. In Eastern Europe, in Eastern European markets, Pipe Life has a good market position in Poland, which can be expanded. The same holds true for the Czech Republic and Hungary. Our position, or Pipe Life's position in the other markets, is fairly small. We have one plant, a sort of test plant in Russia, and we will see how to proceed there. As you've rightly pointed out, there will be a number of developments in this market, and we want to be on the spot. Let me add one thing. One thing is clear. Pipelife had been part of the Wienerberger group for almost 20 years. So this means much more experience and safety than a new acquisition. And I was aware of that when we took over the 50%, because we are familiar with the markets, the products, and the people who manage the company. And we are very happy with Pipelife's management. Any comments from Willy? The pension fund, well, we have to change our evaluation method according to IFRS. We have only few open-end pensions, and we try to reduce their number, but it cannot be done all the time or everywhere. We have in the United States, in the United Kingdom, and to some extent also in the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Germany. But these are things that you sort of inherit from the past, and you try to solve them step by step, and usually we arrive at a reasonable solution. The operative impairment, well, it will amount to about 210 million, including Pipelife. We still have 2.8 billion assets, and so we need to amortize that. I think I have already answered the question referring to the gearing. It has gone up in absolute numbers, but percentage-wise, the increase has been smaller. I tried to explain. We had the opportunity to take over a pipeline, and the answer was yes or no. If we hadn't done that, the gearing wouldn't have gone up. The debt wouldn't have gone up. And we acted on the basis of our cash flow expectations for the coming year. Maybe I should answer another question. You've mentioned that the managing board, including Mr. Winisch, have waived their right to a bonus. We are not managers who calculate their bonus payments every week. We don't do that. We waived the bonus because we had to implement a restructuring program. I did not calculate or figure out what bonus I would have been entitled to, but it was a clear decision that we would waive the bonus. A compensation for the future, well, I think our outlook is the same as your idea. We want sustainability. Bonus is not paid out once. The criteria for a bonus need to be met in 2 successive years. And we take both EBITDA and free cash flow as criteria, 50-50, and we are within the guidance framework. I can't say more. I've gone pretty far anyway. Reserves for personnel. We're talking about change in the interest rate. That's the only issue. The goodwill. Another topic that you rightly mentioned. But I think we provide a lot of information in our annual report. Market risk premiums. We have a risk-free rate between 2.2 and 6.8%. And we have a market risk premium between 5.5 and 8.5%. 40% debt and 60% equity. And cost of debt, if you want that figure, post-tax, 4.2%. 4.14 to be exact. And then you mentioned Russia. I didn't fully understand you. Sorry, the speaker doesn't use a microphone. You don't see a sustainable result there? Well, we are conservative when it comes to calculating the planning costs. These are important drivers when it comes to the United States. The market has recovered, so it is sustainable. And we took out a considerable amount of fixed costs in the United States. Well, you've seen what we've done in the residential construction sector. The level is not very high yet, but we cannot compare with the levels in 2005 and 2006. They will be lower because we have adjusted the costs. You also had a question regarding our strategy. We do have a strategy, but forgive me if I will not elaborate here. When it comes to the financing strategy for the future, this will, of course, be linked with the issue of cash. And if cash increases, we will handle things. So let me just say, we do have a strategy. No microphone, sorry. I don't want to speculate. Well, both of us said that issuing a bond will be one measure. And our position is quite strong, not just in Austria, but also in foreign markets. Well, I hope we have answered your questions. If there are still any open questions, I'll be happy to take them up later on. Mr. Staller, thank you very much for your valuable contributions, questions. Also, thank you for expressing your trust in the managing board. And thank you also for your words of praise. I'd like to take up the next request for the floor, Mr. Jürgen Weber. He has several questions rather. And he has asked me to read the complete text. I will be glad to do so. So I will read your questions. Pipelife strengthens Wienerberger's result in the first quarter. Contributions from Pipelife strengthen the group results. Jürgen Weber. First question. What would a diversification in terms of an integrated building material producer have meant? Well, Mr. Weber, I don't think we should speculate. What we can say today is that we opted for this diversification and the results are positive as reflected in the report. The second part of the question, or the second point, don't you think that the monoculture brick is a dead-end road comparable to the monoculture sugar production in Cuba? Well, I think we have been able to show that with the takeover of Pipelife, we are moving towards a building materials producer with a much broader base. and I wouldn't say that the brick is sort of facing a dead end or cul-de-sac. There are many new applications for this product. Second, or next point, do you think closing down plants is the solution? Again, the answer, Mr. Weber, I'm not keen on closing down or shutting down plants. Rather, it's a necessary evil. But what I myself and my colleagues are doing is to adjust our activities to the markets to the best of our abilities. You close down plants and you throw out money for a social plan which doesn't help Wienerberger employees who have been dismissed. Are you willing to use consultants with sufficient, are you really interested in retaining employees with the necessary know-how, particularly when it comes to prefabricated products? Let me try to answer this question. Right now, all sectors of the building materials industry have overcapacities. So focusing on prefabricated concrete components would not make sense. We have opted for a diversification in terms of products, and we are also trying to implement new innovative solutions in the bricks segment. We are trying to find solutions for the various sites. This means we need to cooperate with local partners. There are many sites, Mr. Weber, where we are creating new jobs. And as regards Wienerberger staff, we have outplacement measures on all the sites that we have shut down. Unfortunately, it is tough in some cases, but we are trying to take the necessary supporting measures. What about trying to get contracts from public authorities? Mr. Weber, I think that since we are active throughout Europe, we are working increasingly in urban regions, in Belgium, in Germany, for instance, with bricks, with pipes, with pavers. And we participate in offering solutions to public authorities. So we are dealing with public authorities intensively. Next question. When local politicians or governors want to build new swimming pools or whatever, don't you think they will opt for a company that has a global reputation and that can also offer pipe-life products? Well, I would hope so, Mr. Weber. I'm all in favor of a fair and honest competition in our sector. There should be no preference for one or the other solution. This would be wrong. I have mentioned our criteria: recyclability, long life products, reducing the energy requirements. And we will ask for fair competition because we don't want to have any distortion as a result of the decisions of the authorities. And the last question. Economic upswing to double-digit rates in the BRIC countries? I can't read it. The question is there an economic boom in the BRIC countries as well as in Turkey? There is a double-digit economic growth Why don't you have any plans for these countries as well as for China? There are huge projects, South Stream. Pipelife is already present in Turkey. Why not Wienerberger? Well, let me try to answer this question. Pipelife, of course, has the advantage of being globally present with its very specific products or pipes. They actually built up a market niche. The local production of bricks is a very complex matter because there are local markets. When you have a huge country like China, one single brick-producing plant will not be useful because you can only supply a small region. So if you want to make a profit, you need to build up the market over many, many years. And this means that it's a highly capital-intensive enterprise. When a brick building plant in Europe will cost about 40 million, maybe a bit less in China or India, but still, it would mean huge investments. So we need to proceed wisely and prudently. Wienerberger has decided to try to get a foothold in a number of markets, but we cannot be present everywhere. So much on, well, the answers regarding your questions. I hope your questions have been fully answered.
Zur nächsten Wortmeldung Otto Meyerhofer mit der
Otto Meyerhofer is the next person who wishes to put a question. Members of the managing board and the supervisory board, shareholders. I have 3 questions. I think Mr. Steiler already anticipated what I was going to say. On page 136 of the annual report, it says that in accordance with the provisions of the Austrian Stock Corporation Act, the financial statements of Wienerberger AG as of December 31st, 2012 form the basis for the dividend payment. To my regret, I found that these financial statements are not contained in the annual report. Why aren't the financial statements of Wienerberger AG included? The whole report has 180 pages, so another 4 pages really should not matter. I think it would be important for us to be able to see those statements as well. On the same page, treasury stock is outstanding stock, treasury stock, and the weighted average. If I compare the figures for 2011 with those of 2012, outstanding shares are the same, treasury stock is the same, and a weighted average is different. There is a difference of 8.7 million shares. And the third question that has come to my mind listening to Mr. Steiler, on page 145, mention is made of the hybrid capital and the 6.5% bond. I think this is extremely high indeed. Now, if you do not distribute a dividend in 1 year, you would also save the costs of interest. In that case, the shareholders would be well advised to forego this very small dividend of 12 cents. Thank you very much. The first question concerns the financial statements according to the Stock Corporation Act. The financial statements are available here. You can go and get a copy. It's true we have a very comprehensive report. We could have added the financial statements you are referring to. They can be downloaded from the internet. As of today, not yesterday, says Mr. Steiler. Your second question concerned the shares. It's absolutely true for 2011. This is because of the buyback of shares in 2012, approximately 2% of the share capital. And the buyback was made in the course of the year, and this is reflected in the weighted average, but the shares have not disappeared. The hybrid capital in 2006, 2007, that was a form of financing that was of an equity type, and this is why it's more expensive. This is why it was 6%. That's not comparable to what we have in the financial market these days. And then you referred to dividend distribution. If we do not distribute a dividend as a company, we would have the right not to pay interest on the hybrid in the same year. But that would not be that would be postponed, simply be postponed by 1 year. So the hybrid is a separate financing vehicle, and even if we didn't pay a dividend and no interest in 1 year, we would have to pay the interest in the next year. It would be carried forward. So does that answer your question? Mr. Frieser has asked for the floor. And he asked me to read out the question. What is your stake in Immofinanz, and how is that stake valued on your balance sheet? We no longer have any shares in Immofinanz. So that answers your question. Mr. Peschel has asked me to read out his question. Do you consider selling non-core property, and in which regions? I think that question has already been answered. Would Wienerberger be interested in acting as a residential developer, a developer of residential property, using Wienerberger products? Would that be a marketing instrument? Well, I think the first question was adequately answered concerning non-core real estate. The second question, my answer is no, because a developer is something completely different, and as a building materials producer, we're just not qualified to act as a developer. But as the example of the F4 house shows, we do provide technical support, and we offer architects and developers solutions for their buildings. Thank you. Mr. Stark has asked for the floor. I read his question. Agenda item 1. The remuneration system for the managing board. Why isn't the system based on EVA, economic value added? The stock price is unsuited as a benchmark because it can't be controlled by the managing board. Your question is aimed at the medium to long-term component of management remuneration, that is the long-term incentive plan, which was explained in great detail at an earlier AGM. It's aimed at providing orientation for a group of about 30 managers and executives on the basis of economic value, of value added, sustainable value added. As regards the stock price, the managing board cannot control the stock price. That's done by the market, and we have set an average rate, not a fixed rate, but an average rate for the long-term plan. Mr. Bohm. We've already heard about the cash flow positions. Free cash flow, but I'm referring to the way cash flow is generated, at least that part of cash flow that results from changes in working capital. When I look at stocks, trade receivables, etc., the items from the previous year, I can't see the impact of working capital on cash flow. I assume the major changes are due to pipe life. It was said during the presentation that this is largely due to the fact that in the middle of the year, a high level of debt was taken over both pipe life. Now, if you did take over a high level of debt and brought it down in the course of the year, the cash position would have to be different from what it says here it would be a negative rather than a positive influence. And in the report, I can see a negative item of minus 39 million. Where does the positive impact come from, so that ultimately you end up with a net amount of 103 million? And when you look at the other items, and trade receivables, for example, you can see a positive contribution there of 46.8 million. And on page 141, what's the biggest impact? You don't really find an explanation that refers to pipe life, but only an increasing level of finished products. If working capital changes have a positive influence on cash flow, the stock of finished products would have to go down. If you reduce your level of stock, you have a positive influence from working capital changes. I see a certain contradiction there in the figures supplied. I'm referring to page 141. And what's shown on page 106 in the cash flow statement. The hybrid capital component was already mentioned. The equity ratio, you told us, is 57%. If you were to exclude hybrid capital, the equity ratio would only be 43%. And it's stated that way in the income statement. The hybrid component has to be calculated separately. So, because it really is not equity, but borrowed capital. And my last comment concerns the supervisory board, or rather the managing board. It was said during the presentation that the variable component is capped at 100%, and in the event of extraordinary performance, the cap is 150%. I'd like to hear from the supervisory board how they measure extraordinary performance. Why not take 150% in the first place? Or is that a personal thing? Is that a personal achievement? And how do you measure that achievement? Thank you, Mr. Böhm. Willy van Riet is going to answer the first two questions. We acquired Pipelife in the middle of the year. So it has no impact on the balance sheet as of 31st December 2011. And all we have in the cash flow statement is the changes between June and the end of the year, but not from the opening balance sheet. And there we can see that money is flowing back. We acquired Pipelife with a high level of stock and high financial debt. So we brought stocks down, and you will find the details in the notes. The 103 million include stocks, trade receivables. If you exclude hybrid capital from equity, we have a different equity ratio. But hybrid capital, the way we have it, counts as equity. And therefore, in the income statement, it's recognized as profit distribution. Hybrid is an equity instrument, not like shares, but a hybrid. This is why it's called hybrid. As regards the 100 and 150% cap on the variable component, you asked what our ideas were when we decided on that. We think that targets should be realistic in order to motivate people. But we wanted to allow for very, very special performance, measured not only in terms of figures, but also in terms of personal performance and personal achievement. And we reserve the right to judge this personal achievement. A question from Mr. Facher. Referring to item 1, the cost saving program for 2012 to 2015. Why is there no impact of savings on 2015? Savings should be sustainable. The savings we make now remain in place, but no additional savings are being planned for 2015. So we only show savings for 2013 and 14 here. Last question, Mr. Almeida. He wants to put his question himself. In Hungary, your level of production is down to the technical minimum, it says in the report. What does that mean? And what must be the level of capacity utilization in order to run a plant profitably? As regards India, you referred to the condition of transport routes. How do you transport bricks in India? By road or by rail? And what are the conditions of transport? How about air cargo and a special type of aircraft for the transport of cargo, airships? And how many tons of bricks and roof tiles were produced in the year under review? How many tons of clay products, pavers, pipes? And how much paper was consumed for the annual reports, for business correspondence, etc. On page 132 of the annual report, other operating income, miscellaneous, almost doubled. Sorry, other operating expenses, miscellaneous almost doubled. And the audit costs, the fee is more than 100 euros per hour. I'd like to have a breakdown by level of staff. Your first question? In Hungary, we've reduced production to three locations. Brick production makes sense when you're working to approximately 50% capacity. In very exceptional cases, you can reduce production further to meet the demands of the local market, but working at a capacity of less than 50% normally does not make sense. Transport in India is by truck. Small trucks, very small trucks, because Indian roads and bridges are not made for bigger trucks. Transport by rail is impossible for us because we supply products to rural regions and there are no rail connections. We are favorably located because there are trucks that deliver goods to the Bangalore region, and when they come back empty, we use them for transport of bricks. And loading is done manually. The earthquake-proof brick, there are different types of bricks depending on the region, different for Italy and Romania, for example. These are special brick wall systems with special connections, and a special type of mortar is being used that can take the vibrations, and to a certain extent steel reinforcement is also necessary. We have a European directive on earthquake-proof products, but there are also local requirements, and the product portfolio is highly diversified. Now we have your questions regarding tonnages. I'm afraid I can give you the tonnages about the normal format. 6 billion brick units, normal format, were produced. Roof tiles, we're not calculating in tonnages, but in square meters, 24 million square meters. For pavers, 12 million square meters produced. And pipes, we have many competitors that are non-listed, so I'd prefer not to disclose the tonnages. We produced 12,000 copies of the annual report, and I do not know how much paper was consumed for that. 12,000 copies were produced. We also try to save paper. There's the slogan of the paperless office. My office is not really paperless, but we try to save paper, but I can't give you the detailed figures. As regards the auditor, other operating expenses, miscellaneous, the increase in miscellaneous is due to a large number of smaller items, most of them coming from Pipelife. And the auditors, the auditing staff, I don't know if Mr. Kerschbaumer is still here and can tell us something about the level of education of auditing staff. The hourly fee is 105 euros. 80 to 90% of our staff are university graduates. The remaining 10 or 15% are trainees. They are about to graduate soon, but a graduate is not a certified auditor. It takes a long time of training to become an auditor. And when you look at what you pay at your car repair workshop, when you look at the hourly fees there, it's not much less. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the end of the written request for the floor, and I can read Mr. Stahler's mind. I know he wants to speak again. Mr. Kerschbaumer, I think you are not working for a fee of 100 euros, and that's okay. I mean, your qualifications are too good for that. I know why I got the individual financial statements today, because I could put questions for hours had I seen it before. Just 2 or 3 points. In the balance sheet, and the gentleman's question was very appropriate. You do report a net profit, but only because you look to the left and to the right. Well, I know I could have got this document 2 or 3 days ago. You were fortunate I didn't. Income from other securities, 41 million instead of 2.5. That then carries through the net income. That results in a net income. Why don't we get an explanation for that? The item above is explained, income and expenses from participations, but item 9 is not explained. So I'd like to have a detailed explanation of that. Personnel expenses, again, it's something you only find in the solo or the separate financial statements. Under personnel expenses, severance pay and pension payments have gone from 1.3 to 7.3 million for managing board members and executives. Perhaps Mr. Windisch was not that generous after all. Now I'd like to hear from you who got what and why. And I really don't know why I got this document only today. It appears that you didn't want me to put these questions. This is the second year that you have to sort of design your individual financial statement to make it show a net income? Thank you, Mr. Steiler. We're going to answer this question. Mr. Steiler, the individual financial statements have been available on our homepage since the end of March. And I'm sure you visit our homepage regularly, so you could have downloaded it on our homepage. You usually find everything, so you're going to find that as well. So let me move on to the answers. Income from securities is mainly from intercompany lendings. We get dividends from our subsidiaries, and this is why we can distribute a profit. The AG is a single component of the entire group. It's not the whole group. It's not being explained because the 41 million are from intercompany lendings. It's not an accounting trick. Other intercompany businesses. Sorry, we can't hear the questions because Mr. Steiler is not using a microphone. And personnel expenses from 1.7 to 5.2. Those are actuarial losses of 3.7 million, which now have to be reported because of the amendment to IAS 19. It has absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Windisch. 3.7 million are actuarial losses. 3.7 million actuarial losses which we have to recognize. And the difference is the interest rate, which has also changed. I pointed that out when I mentioned pensions earlier. And next year we'll make sure that this is available in tangible form for everybody as of the end of March. Sorry, Mr. Steiler is not using a microphone, so we can't hear him. That turns into a private conversation between Mr. Steiler and Mr. van Riet. Well, Mr. Steiler, you know that we've generated good cash flow, which is being used for paying a dividend. And I'm sure you can understand that. One more request for the floor. There is a very simple solution. I move not to pay out a dividend and that the entire net profit be carried forward to the new account.
So, vielen Dank. Gibt's noch weitere?
Thank you very much. Any further questions? This is not the case. I use the occasion to thank the managing board and all the employees of the company and of the group for their successful work in the year under review. My thanks are due in particular to Mr. Windisch, who decided to resign from the managing board at the end of 2012 and who is now CEO of the Bricks and Tiles Europe division. Attendance at today's AGM. According to the list of participants, 362 shareholders and shareholder representatives are present, representing more than 47 million shares and entitled to cast 47,362,000 and something votes. The list of participants is now available and can be viewed on the screens at the entrance to the rooms. The list of participants will also be attached to the minutes. We now move to the votes on agenda items 2 to 6. I've already read out the proposed resolutions. They are also enclosed with your sets of documents. The Notary Public, Mr. Kindle, will certify the decisions taken by today's AGM. Before we proceed to the vote, I would like to point out that those shareholders that are concerned by the resolutions to be voted on have no right to vote on these resolutions. That is being taken into consideration by the IT system. We are going to vote according to the subtraction procedure. No votes and abstentions will be counted and subtracted from the number of votes cast, the result being the yes votes. Presence in the room has to be checked continuously through entry and exit checks. You've received voting cards which are numbered. If you vote no or want to abstain, please raise your voting cards until the number has been read out. And please do not leave the room while we are voting. So, we proceed to the first vote. What are we voting on? Somebody asks. We have to vote on the resolution on the use of the net profit as shown in the annual financial statements. Votes against this resolution. If you're voting, casting a no vote, please raise your card.
703, 704, 705, 70, 517, 42, 40, 56. Herr Almeida, wollen Sie dagegen stimmen?
Voting against it, Mr. Almeida. Item 2 on the agenda. This is what we are voting on.
642, 643. Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen.
No further no votes.
Wer enthält sich der Stimme?
Any abstentions?
Keine weiteren Enthaltungen.
No more abstentions. Voting procedure is closed. The result is as follows. Yes votes 47,271,318, or 99.4%. No votes 28,391, 0.006%. Valid votes 47,299,709, which means 40.245% of the share capital. Following this voting, I note that I note that this proposed resolution has been adopted unanimously, with the required majority, and the annual general meeting has decided on the proposal regarding the distribution of profit. Okay, once again, the proposed resolution has been accepted with the required majority, and the annual general meeting has decided or accepted the proposed distribution of profit. Vote on Mr. Almeida's motion is not necessary because the decision or resolution of the managing board and the supervisory board was accepted with the required majority. I proceed with the vote on the third point on the agenda, resolution on the exoneration of the members for 2012. The managing board, the vote should be en bloc. Let me point out once again that those shareholders or representatives who are concerned by the resolution do not have the right to vote. Anybody against this motion? If so, please raise your voting card. No votes? Any abstentions?
70, 517, 158, 56. Keine weiteren Enthaltungen.
No further abstentions? The result of the voting: yes votes 47,298,433, 100%. No votes. This means 40.2448% of the share capital. I note that this proposed resolution has been unanimously adopted, and the annual general meeting has decided on the exoneration of the members of the managing board for 2012. I proceed to point 4 of the agenda, exoneration of the members of the supervisory board for 2012. Again, we move that there be an en bloc exoneration. And again, those shareholders or representatives concerned by the resolution do not have the right to vote. Anybody against this motion?
Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen.
No further no votes. Abstentions?
158, 517, 537. Keine weiteren Enthaltungen.
No further abstentions? The voting is closed, and the result is as follows. Yes votes 47,284,890, which means 99.998%. No votes 530, 0.0011%. valid votes, total 47,285,420, which means 40.237% of the share capital. I note that this proposed resolution has been adopted with the required majority, and the AMG has decided to exonerate the members of the Supervisory Board for 2012. Thank you very much. We proceed to item 5 on the agenda, elections to the Supervisory Board. First of all, we will vote on the proposed reduction of the number of members of the Supervisory Board from 8 to 6 members. All those against the motion?
Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen?
No further? No votes? Any abstentions? No abstentions? The result? Yes votes 47,293,470, which is 99.9886%. No votes 6,339, which is 0.0134%. Total number of valid votes 47,299,809, or 40.2460% of the share capital. I note that this proposed resolution has been adopted with the required majority, and the AMG has decided to reduce the number of members of the Supervisory Board by 2 persons to a total of 6 members. Next, we vote on re-electing Mr. Kadrnoska, once again, to the Supervisory Board. No votes.
Gruppenkarte 1010. Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen?
No further, no votes. Abstentions?
99, 517, 158. Keine weiteren Enthaltungen.
The voting procedure is closed. The result is as follows. Yes votes 47,221,819, or 99.8357%. No votes 77,705, or 0.1643%. Total number of valid votes 47,299,524, or 40.2457% of the share capital. I note that the resolution has been adopted with the required majority, and Mr. Kadrnoska has been re-elected to the Supervisory Board. Congratulations.
Über den Antrag Herrn Peter Johnson.
We now move to vote on re-electing Peter Johnson to the Supervisory Board. No votes.
70, 100. Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen?
No further, no votes. Abstentions? No further abstentions. Voting procedure is closed. The result is as follows. Yes votes 47,232,798, or 99.8586%. No votes 66,876, or 0.1414%. Total number of valid votes 47,299,674, or 40.2459% of the share capital. I note that the resolution has been adopted with the required majority, and Peter Johnson has been re-elected to the Supervisory Board of Wienerberger. I proceed to the vote on item 6 of the agenda, election of the auditor of the annual financial statements and consolidated financial statements for the financial year 2013. All those against?
537, 100. Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen.
No further, no votes. Abstentions? No abstentions. The voting procedure is closed, and the result is as follows. Yes votes 47,298,480, or 99.9972%. No votes 1,329, or 0.0028%. Total number of valid votes 47,299,809, which means 40.246% of the share capital. I note that this proposed resolution has been adopted with the required majority, and KPMG Wirtschaftsprüfung und Steuerberatungs AG Vienna has been elected to the position of auditor of the financial statements and consolidated financial statements for the financial year 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the agenda of today's 144th annual general meeting. Thank you very much for your interest. I close the annual general meeting and, well, enjoy whatever is left of the buffet. Next door, I'm sure something will be left.